but it's laggy sometimes. What would you do to have it without lag? I have a strong PC. It is not your PC. It is the app itself. I fixed a lot of those bugs. I'm working on that as we speak. There is a lot of lag issues. Um, so what I'm using now for debugging and fixing a lot of issues is um, Codex 5.5, which is actually I'm finding out that is able to do things that uh, Claude cannot do or is struggling with. So I'm working on that. I should have a more stable version out for you guys today, later on. I actually want to focus and crunch as many bugs as I can today. Um, One of them it was the team skills wasn't showing up. I finally got that working. There's still some issues with this. The other one that I want to work on is the terminals and how slow they take to load. But if you can explain to me exactly what you feel like is slow and hanging up, I can actually have uh, my AIs actually start looking into it right now as you're here with me, and that may be something we can solve together here. And I'm going to take what you wrote here. I have one of my users who is using the application who's saying that they have a very strong built PC, but the program itself seems like it's laggy and it's just real slow. Here's his comment. So using the proper skills that are built for all debugging and troubleshooting, I need you to spin up some agents with the proper skills injected into them as they are needed, from reviewing to triage. I need the whole thing understood of where the lag is coming from, what's causing the slowness. Is there a memory leak? Is there something that's taken a while to write or to read? I need you to go through and diagnose this, have your spawn agents do a full review, and to find out where this may be happening and coming from. So one thing I did also, um, if I go to creating a new team, for instance, and here I'm going to have, we could do, instead of solo, it's a templates. I'm going to build templates for you guys to help build your team for you. And also have a custom team, like the default one that you guys have right now. But the template, I'm going to have more than just this. But for instance, if you have a debug and troubleshooting team, or cybersecurity team, or web dev, or application, or whatever, and the skill tree here, depending on what agent you use. So this is Claude, for instance. So this would be a good place to get Claude. You can actually come in here. Here's the team templates right here. These are all MD files. Let me close these so you can see it better here, and open up the file editor. So if I pull up this team here, it'll actually know exactly what skills to include in here, and these are all the skills right here. And if I go to debugging team, this one's really big. So this does a serious triage for any issues that you have. So you got browser bug reproducer, code map builder, custom diagnostics, failure producer. One of the main things that I wanted in here was the runtime diagnostics, the solo slice runner, and also, where's it at here? The module extractor. So the module extractor, what this will do for you, if you have an agent that's running this as your skill, the main purpose of this is to be able to go in and find out. Let's just say I'm having an issue with my editor here. it'll make a module standalone editor. It'll kind of pull this out of the program itself, and it'll triage just the editor and trace every step of where the root cause issue is. And it's a lot faster and more reliant debugging method. And when it finds the issue, it can apply it to the main program instead of trying to trace all these different paths and connections and everything else. So I have a whole list of skills here for you guys. You got agent, web. Here's all your director and coordinators, testing, architectural. So I want to make sure there's a nice list. And you could also upload your own if you have any of your own skills that you want to use. This new skill's not working here, where you can create it here. But I want to make sure that all that is ready for you guys when I release. And that's sort of what I'm using for on Codex right here. I'm using those pre-built skills. Just right. So if I go to Codex, for instance, nope, sorry. Codex uses agents. So this is Codex right here. So you got teams and skills. So here's all the skills broken down. So my Codex here, anytime it spawns a new agent over here, this is pretty cool. The first thing it'll do is go through and it'll inject the correct skills for him, just for him to be able to read and start diagnosing it. And this is what this Codex is doing here. So this is actually a pretty cool desktop versus Claude's. Claude's is very clunky. I'm not happy with this one. But I'm using this until I get to a state where I can do this kind of work inside my own app. Because but I'm also trying the new 5.5. I'm testing it out right now for a full review for you guys. And so far, it's been crunching these bugs like crazy. Yeah, so these are agents that Codex ChatGPT spawned in. If I come in here, over here on the side, you can see the agents that have spawned in, and you can select each one like this. Here's Herbert, and Herbert's thinking right now. Here, oh, I closed them out. Hang on, let me close these out right here. So if I go to can't, so he's working right now. And if I go to Aquanius, he names them. So he'll name each one. And right now they're exploring. So he's spinning up these agents to go through. I have not seen the new GitHub Copilot app. I actually love to go through and review all the new changes that they've done and go through them. And right now, with the new Codex, their 5.5 model, that's what I'm testing right now. I'm actually real impressed with what they've done. Using the Claude, it's so clunky. So if I come in here and look at let's see here. My sessions. I just want a new session. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I don't even know what the heck's going on here. I don't even want that. Yeah, it's just so clunky right now. But yeah, I'll check that out. Check out the GitHub Copilot. How's it going, Harish? So right now I'm testing out the new ChatGPT Codex desktop. And while I'm testing it and figuring out what they do, I'm using that to debug some issues I have with my application that I'm building, which is Plyrium Forge. And I'll show that to you here. Load it up. So this is what I'm building right here. It's a agentic development environment. See, even I get some lag, and I have a real beefy computer. That right there's it finally loaded all in. So with this, you can spawn new agents. You have as many as you want in your swarm. This is your director. You can actually see the topology here, showing the director here and each agent and the role. So I have an auditor and 3 coders. So I'm going to tell him to ping his team. I want you to go ahead and ping your team and let them respond back to you. And you'll see the interaction with the topology here. So you know who's doing. Right now they're all set to idle. So he's going to use the pre-built tools. If he doesn't think I'm on Linux, he's trying to use Bash. I hate it when Claude does that. It's like they're joking. I'm going to bash everything. It's like find out what environment you're in first before you start injecting commands that don't exist. That's a Claude issue. So right now, the current issue I'm working on is Politic here is using the tool, and it's real slow and sluggish for him. And I'm doing a full triage right now on my end to find out what the root cause would be. And he's claiming he has a pretty beefy computer, and it, you know, in reality, it should not be for a lightweight app. It should not be sluggish at all. You should be able to run it on most hardware out there. And I even noticed this a little slow and clunky. And I think what's going on is the safe state of your profile has a lot of useless data in there that is trying to inject code. And I had to remove some parts of it earlier today, which that's why I was working on a skill tree. So the skill tree here, let me close these guys out where they're working. You can actually see there's a roll call. So you can see what the director's doing and who he sent it out. So right now, each one of these is sending back the responses. The coder 1 already sent his response. And these are all working right now. So you don't have to have your terminals up, right? You don't have to have this at all up. You can actually just run just the director and the topology here. And you can see what your other workers are doing based just on this information here. So if that'll help reduce some of your lag, that'll probably do a lot better, because that way your terminals aren't loaded and you see all the text flying by, because all that's being rendered. This right here would give you good flow of what's actually happening. So you can just have the director, and the director will go ahead. These are, think of them as spawned agents. So, anyways, the skill tree, I'm working on this, and this is a good example of what was earlier before I fixed all this. The old panel here had a saved state in your profile, and it's like it doesn't need a saved state. The only thing that needs to be saved in there is if you upload your own MD file, or you customize one of these. So if I come in here and go to browser, not browser, I'm sorry, editor, and I want to customize one of these and add my own skills or make an update to one of these skills and save it, that save gets saved to your profile. And there should be a way to revert. Yeah, rescan. So it's the rescan. But there should be a way to, if you mess up, you could actually get go back to the default settings of what it was. Yeah, so it's a big agent orchestration. And it actually, like, I use it, like I was using it all day earlier this morning and well, all day yesterday and earlier this morning. It works really good. And I actually want to see, one of the things I want to see here is for codecs. I'm going to change this guy to codecs here. And you can do that. You bring your own AI. If there's an AI that you use, whether it's Claude, Codex, Gemini, or even OpenCode. So you can run local AI on your computer if you want, or a free AI out there, as long as it's in your open code. So I'm going to use Codex here, and it's warning me here that it'll discard the context that's in it right now, which is fine. So I'm going to do that. Maybe in the future we could show in agents what progress they are making, so we don't have to look anywhere else. Yeah, that's what that topology does. This right here does that for you. So this, if you hover over it, it'll tell you what progress they're on. It'll tell you if they're, see how the lines are going here? It's showing that they're actually actively working. You'll see communication going through whatever direction. What I wanted to see is, so I'm on 5.4 medium here. If I go to model, I haven't tested this yet. And there's 5.5, and they're considering that as default now. Frontier model for the complex coding research in real world work. And balance speeds, reasoning, depth for everyday tasks. That's fine. So they do have 5.5. That's pretty cool. I see good on hover. It does a good one. I see good on hover. Does a good one. You mean when I hover over these? Yeah, it's if you always have it up, it's just clutter. I like it where if you want the information, you could go look for it like that instead of just having it always up. So nice clean state here. One issue, there's another bug. So this is considered as so coder 1 here. It's showing that it's working right here. And if you look at the up here on top of your director, here's coder 1. It'll say working here. This is his roster. So your director knows who's on his team. And if you look over here in the actual terminal itself, he's not working. He's just sitting there. So when the terminal there's no activity in it, this needs to update and this needs to update. And that's a bug right now. So why is coder 1 in your roster showing working, but the terminal itself and the agent in it is waiting for a command? It's not working at all. Hey, OnePlus, could you please show how agents are communicating and are sharing information? Yes, so so the director here has tools, and so do each agent has tools to be able to broadcast to each other. And right now, there's a broadcast command right here. It's running, and it's going to be sending a broadcast. You'll see that in the topology here pretty soon. So there's the team tail and an agent list. These are all built-in tools that the director can use to be able to send communication back and forth. And he actually can use, if they're in the middle of something or if they're stuck, he can use the -force to force them to force the message to them. So right now, you just, I don't know if you saw it or not. Get out of the way. So do you see how it's blue? The line is shooting up right now. So he's actually communicating upward right now to the agent, and he's going right now. So the agent itself is communicating. The director's communicating to the agent, and when the agent's done, it'll communicate back to the director. And let me get rid of these, and I'll show you a full view here, so you have a cool understanding of what's happening here. So you do have visualization with all your agents on what agent your director is commanding and the direction that communication is going. Let's ask director what information he's received. He hasn't received any yet. You'll see it pop down here. So when he's done, he'll send it back to the director. So right now he's not done yet. So whatever the director's doing for him, he says bug confirmed, team tail flags, works the status. Oh, this is from that working part of it. So he's actually looking into it right now. And this is Claude, and this is Codex. So this is what makes this tool powerful is if I use the Codex app, he can't spawn up Claudes or Gemini or anything like that. He's going to be staying in his own environment. He's going to be like, no, we're Codex. We're only going to use Codex agents. That's it. However, in my tool here, you can have different types of uh, um, AI that you want to use. And so if you want your team to be a mix and match of whatever AI you use, your director to be whatever AI you use, you can do that. So because some AI is better at some things than others. And if there's one out there that's good at research, that's the AI you want to use for it. If there's one that's better at developing or coding web apps, that's the one you want to use, so on and so forth. So you do have a lot more customization with a tool like this. And what I provide for you, let me go and close the permit here. What I provided for you here in the skill tree uh, is a whole list of skills that, oh, that's a file tree. Hang on here. I need to make this more readable. It's even hard for me to remember things. I just did it again. That's file tree. Skills. This is what I'm looking for. So your skills here, depending on what agent you use, and they're all almost the same. Some of these use JSON, like your open code uses JSON for skills. Some of them use markdown files, but they're customized for the type of agent that you have. And in these skills, they're Claude here. I have like agent roles. I come in here and I can actually see the roles that they have that from the drop down list. And these, if I select one, you can actually read the actual skill itself that gets injected into that agent. So if he's an auditor, that's these are the tasks that he can perform as an auditor. I'm kind of focusing on, and you can see how big this skill is just by itself. So he's got rules, directions, and actually how to perform as an auditor and be more domain specific. And there's actually team templates in here too. So and I'm going to create more. So the debugging team uses these particular skills for the debugging, and this is the default order. So you want a code mapper, failed repo, and so if you're doing any serious debugging, this is the order of agent or the skills that you're going to need to be able to find the root cause analysis from beginning to end. And this was important for me to add to this because I'm using this right now as we speak to help me debug a lot of the issues here. So the first thing I had to do yesterday was actually create a whole debugging team just to be able to fix a lot of these issues, and it's freaking doing awesome. So, but I'll close that. I'm using Codex here because it's actually building out making new builds for the app. Did you already build the new app? I had it running, but I went ahead and closed it. So if you haven't yet, go ahead and build it out with the fixes. I'll be right back. this politic here is having some issues with it, lagging or rendering issues on his computer, and he's got a pretty big computer, so we're trying to find the root cause of what would cause that. So, I mean, likely lag from this now. From output was writing every tiny PTY chunk directly into the Electron. It now batches per animation frame. Okay. File watching could flood the app for target node modules. Git, build output, sidecar now, filter noise. So there's some quality of life changes here for the optimization to help reduce the lag. So that's good politic. And I'm not going to release this yet. I actually I have a whole list of features, or not features, but bug fixes I want to knock out before I release the next version. I want my next one to be stable. I believe team chat polling, op board polling, director escalation okay. So he went ahead and built it. Let's see how that looks. This is bothering me. I need to actually get this fixed, like on my next term.
Bring it back, do it clean, smoke a sack, keep a mag, sipping lean, fuck a bang. Bring it back, do it clean, smoke a sack, keep a mag, sipping lean, fuck a chill, pop a bill, make a scene, sticky back, send the bands, out my jeans, post chillin', walk the must get dizzy, I came from my kidneys and I'm trapping like a money. Yo, bitch,
So the next task right now is my token bar. This is supposed to show the token efficiency that we're saving that's in our system. So there's two things that I want done here, and I'm going to need you to have to spawn agents to do this, and also inject them with the correct skills, especially for the whole debugging role. Use my file path that has all the skill lists with the debugging, and I need you to start the trace on every single issue. So the first thing is I need you to go from end to end on every tool that uses token efficiency. I need you to get a full understanding of what each tool is, what it does, and how it works. And I also need to make sure that they are all wired up to be able to do the token efficiency savings. And the image that I sent you shows the token bar, but there's just not enough information here. What this should be providing for the user is information on the total tokens being used, the amount that it's, the actual total cost, and also total savings from the token efficiency, and also total token savings on the token efficiency. I want good information up here. There should be lots of data, lots of information, and but it's more like a ticker type bar with information. They should be able to click the bar to open up a pop-up window that shows a full audited list of every type of savings and token savings there is, and a full summary at the bottom showing the user what they saved, how much they saved, and this is for each session that runs. Yeah, as you can see here, the operator, which is the team, sent an update back to the director here. This is it right here. So each team, they manage cards, which is part of the Kanban ops board here, which that's another bug I'm going to fix today because it's not displaying on the cards that they're seeing, and that's been an issue. So I'm fixing that today. The browser I am fixing today, and it's not working. Oh my gosh. Never mind. It is working. So I wonder if another bug that I fixed earlier was the cause of this. Yeah, okay. Because when you guys are doing any developing or web developing, it'll be nice to be able to have a browser and an interface for your agent to be able to load and see what's going on. That's the whole purpose of this. Let's close that. The other thing was a review here, which that's working now. So this is what this will show you is whenever your agents are doing any work, there's a Git repository and your main, you got your main Git, and when they're doing work, they'll branch off that. And they create work trees. And this right here will explain what each branch is happening right now and which agent, based on their agent ID, has created that branch. And you as the user have the ability to go in and see what each work tree is doing, what the branches are, and you can either merge it or reject it as the user. It gives you full control. Or you can have the agents do it. That pop-up's annoying sometimes. Activity console, this will show you what each agent, if they're idle or anything like that. This is more just visual representation. And memory, here's another module that it needs a whole overhaul that we'll be working on. So while that's going, I have, oh gosh, he spawned Heisenberg. We're cooking now, guys. Oh, what a team list. Yeah, this is great. So we have Heisenberg, Pauly, from probably Pauly Shore, if you guys don't know who he is. He's an actor. He was a comedian actor. He's pretty funny. Darwin. Yep, that's going to be fun. This is an interesting team. Skills that inject him. So he's the code mapper. So Heisenberg's going to go in and validate all the code. And then we have a failure tracer. This is what he's going to be working on, is to see exactly where that failure starts from. And then we have a browser repro. So investigate only, do not edit files, inspect. Okay, so he's going to be looking at the interface of the token buffer. This is Codex, correct? And this is Plyrium Forge right here. And then we have Avicina. Is that how you say that? And this one is the test isolator. So this is pretty cool. For the test isolator, it is their job to isolate the area of influence, the area of the problem. And it'll map that out for the next one, which is the module isolator. So the module isolator would actually pull out the code, like make a clone of it, and just the areas of influence. And it could debug it from there. This is something that I've been wanting in for the last week, and I finally got it, those skills written for them to do that. See, according to this, it's showing that oh yeah, he's working, but this is showing that he's idle. Just wrong. There he goes. He's working now. Working status stuck working after team 2. Yeah, that was the original direction. So he's done. And he sent his information approved to commit on work tree branch, not merge yet. Reminder 1, commit as me, blah, blah, blah. But he's still stuck on working. That's the bug they're looking at right now currently. because he should not be. He should be on idle now, and he's not. It looks like they're all done. Except Heisenberg. Heisenberg's still cooking. Yeah. I should have got a. Everybody knows live. Okay, I don't want them merging. I actually want them. I'm going to close that out. Hey, Cole, that's actually pretty cool there, where you built the CLI tool and Rust, where you supply the Claude debug plus transcript log, and you get a full event tracer for what happened. That's awesome. Yeah, I love Wireshark. Um, that would be an interesting addition to Plyrium Forge to have something like that, where you can actually have a log trace on all the interactions and what was done. For those number crunchers out there. So he's done. So he wrote an architect.md and a parity report. Let's open the parity report. I'm curious what he wrote here. Okay. Harsh, have we tested like how log agents can run in case of long runtime? You mean before the compact happens? Is that what you mean? Hey, P8204. I am building Plyrium Forge here. I'll open it up here. And at the same time, I am testing the new Codex 5.5. Right now, I'm debugging some issues that this is having, but this is the it's an agentic development environment, and you could actually come in here and run multiple agents. Like there's 3 right there. You can change their roles. So I want this one to be a researcher, and I want this guy to be a, let's say, an auditor. So I got a coder, researcher, auditor. And you can see the topology here will reflect their role and each agent. You can see what each agent's actually currently doing, if there's any communication between them. The only communication right now is between the director and the coder. But this is going to be a full agent. It's like an IDE, right? It's going to give you everything you need for vibecoding. And you can come in here, and if you don't want the auditor to be Claude, you could change him to Codex or Gemini or even Open Code. So you bring your own. I'll get these guys. You bring your own agents technically. It is definitely an alpha state still, and there's a lot more work that I need to get done. However, if you want to try it out for yourself, you're more than welcome to go to Plyrium Forge. It's forge.plyrium.com. And you can come in here and download the latest version. You could do the free one. And as long as you want, there's no trial or it expires after X amount of days or anything. You use it as long as you want. That's great. Nice idea. I'm an AI engineer too. Oh, good. Good. And just to let you know, there is hundreds of these out there right now. Hundreds of these type of tools. We have, there's a lot of free ones like Rooflow, I think is one. Paperclip's another one. And there's some that are a lot like what I'm building here. BridgeMine's another one. But there's tons of them out there. So I am nowhere near as mature as they are. Mine is still in the rough stages right now. And each one is going to have their own way of doing things, their own flow of how work is done, and how the agents operate. I actually, I'm developing mine as I have a director that can direct your team. And if you come in here and I want to create a new team here, so I could create a team based off a template that I'll have templates for you guys. So if you need a full debug and troubleshooting team, it'll actually create every agent you need for your debugging team, and it'll inject the correct skills for each type of agent you have. If you want a cybersecurity team, same thing. And then I'm going to have a bunch of other templates in here. And then it'll actually create the team roster for you. And if you need to change the type of AI for depending on the role, you can. And you and the director work together on your project. The director is going to be working with his team on the project, although you have full control over what they say if you want. In fact, you don't even have to run that terminal right now. It's running in the background and like a sub-agent. And here is what's happening with the topology with every teammate. And, of course, you don't even have to look at that if you don't want to. You could just talk to the director while you're doing other stuff. The flow of how it works is the reason why I created the director to be able to facilitate the entire team is because the director it's an AI that understands what each role is doing, so they're not walking on each other. And you don't have to remember what you told, if you have 12 terminals up there, you don't have to remember what each terminal's doing, See, right now, I just had one of the agents communicate back to the director, and the director is going to go and analyze this and see what's going on. So, and he's going to be able to update his task based on what each agent's doing. And they're not going to walk on each other. He's going to facilitate what each agent, what path they need to take, what work tree they need to work on. And when they're all done, or whatever task they're working on, they will ask you, should we merge the, no, not browser. We're just going to review. Should we merge the Git repository? And you actually have the option to do that. You can say, yes, go ahead, you can merge it from here, or the pop-up that comes up here, or you can discard it if you don't like the changes. So this is supposed to give you an easier flow. So are you a staff engineer or high level? So I am not a staff engineer. I am a Microsoft 365 architect. I work for a company and I manage their entire Microsoft cloud infrastructure. So that's what I do. That's my background. I've been doing that for 20 years now. And I really enjoy vibecoding and this kind of work. And I think it's becoming the future. Right now, it's still brand new, the Wild West, and there's still a lot of ideas and tools and new agents coming out every single day. And I want to jump on that bandwagon and develop something myself with the way I see how things are should flow design. And if it's something that you guys want to use or understand that flow and want to use a tool like mine, you're more than welcome to check it out. So it's similar to Devin AI Engineer. I'm not familiar with that. Is that a tool? Well, what's a Devin AI Engineer? Yeah, I'll check it out. Let's pull it up here. I love seeing what other people's doing and their tools and stuff. And so it's Devin. Is that right? Devin AI Engineer. So this one right here, Devin.ai. The AI software engineer. So enterprise pricing. Build with Devin. I don't even know what Devin is. Just says, oh, Devin must be the AI agent, maybe? If you learn about Devin Review, check that out. Devin Review is a way to understand code. Okay. So these are terminals, I'm assuming. No, this is, these are, well, I'm not sure. Hang on. Because each one of these panels is different parts of the code. This is before and after, before and after, before and after. Okay. Before and after changes. So my tool is not like this. I want to see what their interface looks like. This is, yeah. It is an AI junior engineer with multi-agent orchestration. Okay, all right. If the pricing is Pro, Max, Teams, Enterprise, build with Devin. I'll be honest with you, the website itself does not give, like, there's no sales pitch or understanding. I come in here, I'm like, well, it doesn't really tell me much about what it is. I see a tool here, an interface, but it's not explaining what each part does or what's happening. Industry leaders chosen to build with Devin. Okay. Use cases. So use Devin to plan and execute complex engineering tasks from code migrations to on-call incident resolution. So you got code migration refactoring, uh, PR review, and visual QA, issue triage and bug tracking. So mine's going to have all those built into it. So, and that way it is the same. Schedule chores and application development. So it does automation ticket resolution or ticket resolution, unit and E2E, so end-to-end testing, performance optimization, web research and scraping, and repetitive browser task automation. Okay. Yeah, so there's lots of tools out there that's doing similar to what I'm doing. What I always tell everybody is you find the one that fits the way you like to develop, the way you flow. And if you're unsure, definitely try each one out. A lot of them will have a free tier or some type of free trial you could do. Like mine, I have a free tier that you can use and run as long as you want. So let's see here. Go ahead and build it so I can try it out. You work in Mercedes-Benz company and is tied up with them. Oh, okay. It works in cloud. Like even if you are in if your system's down, the agent works in a VM and works with your JIRA tickets, peer issue. Okay, that's actually pretty sweet. There, so theirs is a lot more mature than mine. And there's integrations in there for Devin to communicate with other tools that you guys use, like your ticketing system, and it does automation for it. Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure if you remember Windsurf. Yeah, I do remember Windsurf. I love Windsurf. But it was acquired by Cognition, which owns the product Devin A. Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Peter Thiel has blocked it or has backed it away. Okay. You both are under Cognition. Oh, yeah, both are under Cognition. Okay. Yeah, I've never actually even heard of Devin until you just pointed out. That's actually really interesting. So they built an enterprise solution for the larger companies out there to do workflow automation with using AI. It sounds like. So I'm actually here in the U.S. And one of my main projects that I've built is plyriumforge.com here. And this is my enterprise solutions for business to customer. Hey, buddy, hang on. We'll play ball in a minute. Hey, nope, move. We'll play ball in a minute. Pull on my cord. Here, come over here on this side. Come up here. I'm going to say hi. Come here. Come here. Yeah. So this is my enterprise solution for business to customer, backend receptionist to all of their invoicing quotes, tech dispatch for HVAC companies, electrical, just the that type of industry that actually works out in the field. And I built an AI receptionist that can manage their calls and manage their bookings or scheduling for them if they want to use it that way. They don't have to. They could actually disable that part if they want to. I'm going to try out the demo here. And in here, you could the receptionist will be able to schedule their text, which the T's here are their text, and up here they can actually assign each tech whatever the current schedule is for that day. And the smart scheduling, what that does is it'll optimize for each day. It'll say, okay, so these two customers here, they're in this neighborhood. So another customer calls in and they're closer to this customer. So the tech that's working this customer will also work that next one right after. Because you don't want your techs driving from one end to the other town. Because that drive time eats up company time itself. So I built that in. There's a lot of automation in here, but this is a full back end system for those type of industries. this is my main project here. Sorry, still early for me. I haven't had my coffee yet. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I'm still new at this. I've only been vibe coding for about a year, and when I first started, the first thing I vibe coded or wanted to get into was understanding how AI ticks and what makes them work and function and their limitations. So I started building my own AI, and I built my own transformers. I customized my own transformers, um, and the more I got into it, I'm like, there's so much more we could do with this. And I started using the vibe coding for developing, and I'm still learning, I'm still researching, I'm still trying to figure things out. But I think what I love about it is anybody can pick it up and do it. It's not something you have to go to college for. It's not something you have to have certificates for. It's if anybody, whoever has that good imagination and they see something they want to build, or they always wanted this certain app that don't exist yet, this will give them the opportunity to get started on that. Although I'm a big believer that it's important to understand what you have to do from start A to Z, because like security, for instance, if you have no understanding of security or even think about security, you can open yourself up for a lot of vulnerabilities. So there is some education and courses that could take place that can help vibe coders understand each aspect of the development process, even when you're vibe coding. Uh, when I built my site, security was number one. It was first, and every aspect of that build, I had I had security in mind, because I'm dealing with my clients are business owners, and they're entrusting me with their entire financial history, data, and customer information and data. So security was number one, and I had to do everything I could to be able to protect that, uh, and keep it into a shorter range of group of people. For instance, it's geolocked outside the U.S. and Canada. That's one thing. I have firewall rules. There's even built-in rules in there, and I had to go through and do a lot of pen testing with the application, from URL injection, SQL injection, if there's any escalation privilege that can happen. I had to go through all that, the entire setup, from end to end, just to make sure that everything was secure and safe. And even with all that in mind, nothing is truly safe. But I'm going to harden it as hard as I can get it today, and continue working on that as I develop more. So just thinking in that line, not every vibe coder is going to know or understand, or what they need to do to make it happen. Um, so I'm hoping that's why I did this live stream here. That's one of the main goals, is educational reasons. People can come and watch me and how I develop, how I learn, and how I vibe code. So let's check this out. Here's the newest build. So I don't. Good. Now they're not. They're all working. They're communicating with each other. I definitely need to do a whole UI overhaul here. Left message got cut off. It does seem a lot smoother. 'Cause I'm trying to keep this as lightweight as possible, and this is, yes. Let's see. Okay, I can see the taskbar. The token bar is actually working as intended. I can see the pop-up. It's showing a full summary, like a nice audit list. What I'm not seeing is the actual token savings. I got my agents constantly talking back and forth. They're using a lot of tokens. They're going, a lot of content is being built up, but there is no token savings. So something is miswired, and it's not using the token saving tools that are pre-built in. You need to go through every single one of those tools to find out if they're being utilized or being used. And we need to start the token savings, the token efficiency that we planned. This is our number one goal when it comes to this tool, is to be able to run multiple agents at a cheaper cost by saving a lot of tokens and stripping out unnecessary context that's not needed between the input and output of the AI that's in the cloud. All the tools are there for this to happen. We need to make sure that they are working as intended and that the logs are updating the accuracy of each token savings. If this is a true accuracy statement that in my screenshot here, that tells me the tools aren't working. If this is not, that tells me the UI or the capture of the token savings is not working. We need a full investigation to find out what the issue is. Let's go ahead and close this out here. I'll be right back. he even spin up agents for this? He probably did. Like, I want some coffee. I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'll be right back. what I need you to do is when you're done with this task, I need you to do a full review of the entire terminal infrastructure built into the tool from end to end. There should be all the layers from the backend terminal to the rendering part of the terminal. It's very clunky and slow. It's not intuitive, and it just has a lot of issues with it. I need a full redesign. It needs a whole overhaul from the UI to optimization to make it faster and a lot cleaner and slicker, and that also includes the director's terminal. They're also tied into the topology panel, which so if I close the terminal where I don't have to see it and view it, they're still running in the background, and the topology itself will show me what each agent's doing from the director's point of view. I can see who he's talking to, what the communication link is going. All that needs an overhaul as well. It needs to be a lot cleaner, a lot slicker. The UI, sometimes it'll say if the worker is working or if it's idle, and I think that's a trigger that the director is doing right now, and I don't want that. That should be based on the terminal itself, and if the agent needing my attention or needing the director's attention, it needs to state that. And there has to be a trigger for that. If it's done and it's idle, it needs to state that. There has to be a trigger for that. Same thing if it's working. It just needs, like I said, a whole overhaul on the fluid of between director and agent and a topology. I need you to understand each aspect of it. Also, the roles needs to be more reflective towards our skill list, not just a little drop-down list of a couple roles. We have a lot more out there for every single skill. So instead of just a little drop-down list, what I want is when you click the roles button, it needs to have a pop-up, and every single skill that we have is actually a role in itself. And we need to make a nice little icons for them, a little short description of what each role is, also put them in categories, showing if it's like for debugging, it'll be in that category. If it's web dev, it'll be in that category, and so on and so forth. And it'll give the user the eye candy they need to be able to select which role they need for that particular agent when they create the agent, um, and from that drop down list. And the director terminal itself uh, it's just big, clunky. It just needs a nice overhaul. The speed, the optimization of the rendering from the terminal. That, like if I open up the app for the first time, it takes forever to get every agent loaded. It takes forever for it to render. It needs to be a lot more fluid and a lot faster. So there's a total optimization that needs to happen. The other thing is the spacing between each terminal. It needs to be a little easier. The header and the terminal itself, it's black on black. It's real hard to read and understand. So the actual UI and the UX needs a new overhaul. It needs a prettier look, a lot cleaner, a lot slicker. It just needs to look more professional. We could do even rounded edges in the terminal. On each terminal, have rounded edges. Make it where the terminal header kind of stands out from the actual terminal, having the information that's needed for the user in a terminal header. If there's like the expand that needs to be more prominent, easier to see. We need to be able to change the roles where that you click it, it pops out like I was talking about. The name of the actual agent needs to be based on the role it is instead of just saying Codex or Claude. It actually, the name itself needs to be what the role is. Now, the user can go in there and click it and edit the name if they choose to, but that's the user's choice. The drop down list for the type of AI you can choose from is fine. However, if I already have the terminal up, and I select a different agent, he that new agent doesn't get updated with the his current role. So the skill injection is not there anymore. So anytime I change the agent after the agent loads, the CLI loads, the role that it's currently assigned, it needs to be re-injected to that agent. There we go. That's a big chunk of list. Yeah. Okay, now I'm going to get back to the here. I'm back. at my coffee right now. And my little coffee filter that I have. It's pouring hot water. It's a macadamia nut type of coffee. And it just smells so good, it tastes so good. You don't need creamer or anything, you just drink it straight. Should always come up to that first option. And it skips that, goes straight to there. The new team, same thing. I don't like that. So let's select the debugging team. Take terminals from one director. Ping your own task. A lot of work in the Rust app here. All right. What's up, Luke? Everything someone could just use your app to build one of their own. Yeah, definitely. I encourage it. I would rather see you guys build your own because you'll learn so much from it than either download mine or buy mine. Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. Where are you trying to get the 100 million? Or 100, the 1 million? So right now I have two apps. I have my Plyrium Forge, which I know I'm not gonna get it from next. This is more of a tool for you guys. This is what I've been building, so you guys can understand and watch me vibe code this tool here. But it's a agentic development environment, and of course I have you can download it for free right now. I have a studio and a team tier, but the main one is this one right here. This is my CRM for industries like HVAC, plumbing, electrical companies. It's a whole back office suite for them, from receptionists to dispatch scheduling, managing their logs, trucks, their customer database, invoicing, quotes, everything you can think of under the sun. But it's a whole suite for any of those companies to from startup to full enterprise level. And here's my price list for this. This is monthly, and I'm actually competitive, or some areas cheaper than my competitors out there, which is my list of competitors. You got Service Titan, Jobber, House Call Pro, Field Edge, Works, and Service Fusion. And if you look at their prices, like Service Titan, for instance, that's the number one out there, the number one tool that most HVAC companies, plumbers use. But it almost takes like 6 months to a year for you to get set up with it. And there is a between $5,000 to $50,000 setup fee. You're going to be paying between $150 to $300 per seat per tech. It's just very expensive stuff. So mine is this is the actual price for the whole company, not per tech. So that's where I'm a little cheaper on than that. But this is, if I'm going to reach that 1 million goal, this is the tool that's going to do it right here. So I hope that helps answers the question there. My coffee's almost ready. I've been brewing my coffee while I'm waiting. Be right back. So both of my sites are mature, or not mature. They're still new, very young. This was built like 5 days ago. This was built like it's probably about a month old, if that. And I do have leads for this one. No actual sales yet. This one of my viewers did buy it and using it for the. I think he bought the team. So no, he bought the studio. That's right, he bought the studio. So it's so yeah, that's it, and that's why you see the negative there. The negative is the cost of the subscriptions for the agents that I use, which is Codex and Claude, and the cost for the hosting. So, and as either one of those sites start gaining traction, this one here or this one here, that will reflect my ARR. Nothing else outside of that will change the ARR that I'm displaying. Just these two sites here, or anything new that I develop on here on live stream with you guys. That's the only thing that'll affect the ARR, either negative or positive. Be right back. All right, back. Looks great. Hope you get more of the stuff. Oh yeah, definitely. That's the goal. My live stream here is more of an educational place if you want to come learn or hang out or even just chat, ask me questions. I pretend I know everything, but know hardly anything. But yeah, we could definitely have a fun conversation. Any topic you want to talk about? Hey, Ken. It's a ripoff of BridgeMind Tools. Thought it's not his idea at someone. So it's funny you say that. So yes, BridgeMind has their tool, just like mine. They are a lot more mature than mine. So, and they've been doing it longer than I have. However, BridgeMind is a ripoff of XYZ's, right? In fact, if you watch his streams, he'll actually show you, like, where he got some of his ideas and stuff like that. Every tool is a ripoff of other tools, and it's not that they're a ripoff. It's he's got a great tool, but it's not the tool for me. So I'm building the tool that I want for me. It's different than what his does. There's things in there that his does not do. But you coming in here saying that it's a ripoff, that's not a fair statement. If you want to be factual about it, why don't you say what's really happening? His is a ripoff of other tools out there as well. You got Paperclip, for instance. If you go to Paperclip, it's on GitHub. You can see the tool there. It's been around a lot longer than BridgeMines, and it looks just like BridgeMines. So if you want to say if anybody's ripoff, how about he's ripping off Paperclip? Although he's not, I don't believe he's ripping off anybody. He is building the tool for him. I'm building the tool for me. So, I mean, just be fair about it. And I encourage people, check out his tools. He's built a great tool. He's got lots of tools, great platform, and a huge following. So, and I encourage all my watchers, all my listeners, all my viewers to look around to find a tool that fits for you. There's lots of them out there. I'm not begging you guys or asking you guys to buy mine. I'm not going to sit there and dance for you and entertain you so I could get sales. That's not what I'm here for. Oh, I'm lucky I catch Paperclip, he said. I'm going to try it now. Yeah, definitely. Try Paperclip. It's on GitHub. You can Google it. It's actually, I'll pull it up here. I'll show you. It's pretty cool. Paperclip. The Paperclip AI? I think that's it. Yeah, so right here, GitHub. That might be their website. Let's check this out. The human control plane for AI labor. Yeah, so here's his tool right here, Paperclip. And on their website, paperclip.ing. And this has been around longer than BridgeMine. So, are you gonna go to BridgeMine and tell him that he's copying Paperclip? I mean, you can't be a hypocrite about this. I'm just calling it out as I see it. What about the difference between Plyrium Forge? So what makes mine different is the way that I mean, in a sense, we all do the same thing. We have multiple terminals. We have an AI agent, and we can have the AI agent do multiple tasks. Right. So in the core of the sense, they're all the same. The flow of that work changes from one tool to the next. How it looks, how the UI is, and there's probably certain tools that one has that the other one does not have. Certain memory modules, maybe the tech stack's built a little bit different than the other one is. Like me, I have a huge token efficiency that's built into mine. No other tool out there has this. So you can run multiple agents at a cheaper cost and your usage rate than you can using any other tools, unless they built their own token efficiency built into it that I'm not aware of. And they probably, some probably have out there. I don't know. But that is my main focus is the token efficiency. And you'll see it up here. It'll display on how much of your tokens got cash, how much of your savings, what tool, what agent you're saving the most on, and it'll show you the cost. So when you're running my tool and using the flow, it's okay to run 4 of the same quads because it's not going to cost you as much as running one quad on a native environment or a tool that doesn't do token efficiency. So you're not burning through your usage by running 4 agents at once or 10 or 12. So that's the huge difference between mine and the others out there. And also, I encourage anybody and everybody to make their own tool. That way you can build what you want. You could add the flow that you like and so on and so forth. You can vibe code it. I mean, it's not really that hard. Just have the AI do it, and understanding, and it'll understand what it needs from end to end. And I won't say that you're ripping me off, although you can if you want. I don't care. It won't bother me one bit. I'll be right back. Get a schedule. We'll take the time off there. Hey, Big, just got back. Sorry about that. Have you ever had this happen on Claude? On Friday, I was like 6% of my weekly usage, but on Saturday morning, it was down to 4%, and then it reset on Sunday at 2 a.m. Yeah, they've been doing some strange things behind their interface on how much usage people should get. They're, they've been giving out free token money or whatever. I don't know. I've had that happen before. It's really weird. Uh, she did build it. Never mind. Perfect. Let's see how well this is going to work. I did a whole um, terminal interface overhaul here, and your guys' music stopped. That's not fair for you. Let me fix that. Hey, Elijah, can you give me a fork? Oh, okay, okay. No, no, no. That one I'm allowed to take. That's my blood. So, I like the rounded edge. It really separates it. However, the header is still blended in. It's still black on black. So the UI itself, just the graphics, needs to be changed a little bit to differentiate. Yeah, let me know how that works, Tim. I'm curious. Yeah, that popped up there. Capture. The three screenshots I sent you here. The first one is I sent you three screenshots here. The first one is showing you that all the skill injections went into the text input of the agents, but they weren't executed. Even the director, same thing. They're just sitting there waiting for me to hit each one and hit enter. This needs to be automated where when they load, they get the skills they need. The second image is showing you me changing their role and the pop-up box is inside the terminal. It needs to stay outside of the terminal and it needs to be in the whole application interface. And I went ahead and expanded that terminal and I even clicked the same button to see if I can change their role. And as you can see, that's a third image, third screenshot, that the UI itself is inside the terminal. That needs to be on the outside terminal. Also, we need some color differentiation here for a cleaner look where it's easier on the eyes. It's just, like I said, it's black on black and it just looks awful. What neat we have here? So we got ripples. Yeah, So we should be able to choose the different types of roles here. Perfect. Okay. Let me exit this though. I set a paperclip, tried it, and I think I'm gonna use again because for the setup it consumes my 50% usage. Oh, you think you're not gonna use it again? Oh, okay. Yeah. So my tool, like, I'm really serious about the token efficiency you get out of my tool. That's the whole point of what I'm doing. The whole purpose of it. If you want the full token efficiency, that's what the monthly fee is, $20 a month. Yes, it's $20 a month, but what you're saving on your usage is gonna you'll get more mileage out of what you're paying. So, and that is my number one focus, but also a clean interface for you guys. Is it too loud? I'm stuck. Let me turn it down. There you go. I hope that's a little better. I have my meat, my breakfast. I think it's turning into an eating channel. You always see me eating. Yeah, not a problem. I use it's Whisper. It is right here called Whisper Flow. This is the app here. I'm using the free one. I don't pay them. I would rather build my own before I pay them. The only thing I don't like about this is the LLM or the speech to text LLM that lives in the cloud. They capture everything I say, and I'm not comfortable with that. Um, yeah, you can see my whole history here of everything I say. I don't like it. It does work good though, and that's why I'm still using it right now. But I do need to end up building my own. I have it built into the app, but I'm probably going to pull that out, separate it, and make it like a standalone install for you guys. But Whisper is Whisper Vault. So no, WISPR. Yeah, here it is. WISPR. So you can download it here. It works really good. That's what I use. And you hold Control and the Windows key to activate it. You are so welcome. Yeah, that was better. I like that. If I change a role, just say session QA now, web UI. If I go master, web UI owner, is that going to reflect what the role is? I'm all here. Yeah, Claude does, but it doesn't. So here's the thing with that. Um, from what I saw here, let me pull that up here. So if I use Claude Desktop, they have this little mic thing here. It says press and hold to record. So you record it, Then you let go, then it'll put it into the text for you. This is a test, just seeing how well this works. Oh, wow, that's different. Oh, they changed it then. Never mind. I lied. But I don't know what the hotkeys are. I got to sit there and hold this. It's kind of weird. Testing 1, 2, testing. Just seeing how well this works. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. Let's see here. What about the CLI itself? Does that have a built-in one? Shortcuts? Key bindings? Let's see what the key bindings are. Oh, wow. Proud of this. Here's the chat. Ah, spacebar. Push the dog. Let's see if that works. Hey, I'm just... Really? That wasn't... Did I misread that or something? Space. Voice. Push to talk. That's literally... I mean, if I hit space and hold it or... Testing. Test. That's stupid. Yeah. Yeah, it's not very intuitive. Unless I'm doing it wrong. All right. It's most likely what's happening. User error. That's what I want. I like the colors of the terminals. That looks good. Let me bring that back up. I want to screenshot this whole thing, actually. Hey, as Joseph, I am building an ADE, which is a agentic development environment for vibecoders. You'd actually go to the website, check it out. It is forge.plyrium.com. This is the actual tool here. Everything it does. And if you try it, definitely get the free one. You get all the function in it. The only thing I'm limiting is you're allowed up to 4 terminals, 1 director, versus this gives you unlimited. So, but definitely try it, check it out if you're interested. This is the tool here. These are the terminals, which right there, better read them. And each one of these is their own little agent. You could actually choose what agent you want. So if I want codecs here, it'll change it. If you want to change the role, you could actually click here, and there is so many different roles that I've designed here for you guys. So you could choose, like, if it's Claude, go to Claude. And if I want cybersecurity and I want him to input safety reviewer, that's his role. And he'll get injected with the correct skills to become that role. And your director here manages his whole team. You can see his roster up here, what their skills are. And, you know, I want you to ping your team to make sure, get a roll call and have them respond back to you. So there's a broadcast system. No matter what agent you have, he'll actually send out a broadcast to every single one of them, and they will respond back to him. So it's got full orchestration built into it. And there's a lot of tools out there. It's like mine. So if you don't like the way mine flows or look or feel, definitely look at the other ones. Check out the other ones. There's a lot of them out there. This is a test isolator. This is a failure tracer. Thank you. You could have more than one team. So here's a team right here. If I want another team, we come up here and select. I'm going to have more templates in this, but um, you could actually do your own custom team where you could build it based off the template. So, see, right now I have debug and troubleshooting and cybersecurity, but I'll have more. And this whole interface is going to change here. And if I want cybersecurity, click this, click next. I have now actually have two different teams here. I got one which is my debugging team, and I have my security review team. And you have more. So this is designed to run your entire application from start to finish. And this will help you understand each part of your application from security, vulnerabilities, pen testing, to UI, UX development like that. So right now it's sluggish. Um, yeah, it's not responding now, and that's my fault. So spawning all those agents for on my computer is going to end up slowing down. It's just eating up my RAM right now. Hey, Sherry, I'm building a ADE, which is a agentic development environment. There we go. Oops. Trying to close this down before it crashes my computer. I got too many agents right now. Oh, no, close it. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing some heavy testing today and debugging. So this is a tool. Check it out. It's forge.plyrium.com. If you guys are interested. Of course, right now I only have version 1.1.14 out for you guys. And the version I'm working on, it's not released yet. And there's been a lot of changes since then. So I'm hoping to get this new tool out for you guys today. The other thing I want you to look at is how the terminals are laid out. You can see them stacked on top of each other there. It just doesn't look very clean. And it's probably lack of real estate with as many terminals as we have. But if we can somehow shrink it for each terminal, but give them their own little cards each, and then we can shrink those cards and the terminal go in there. Of course, you would have to shrink the text as well as it's being shrunk or grown, um, just to maximize the real estate and have an easier look instead of them stacked on top of each other like that, and really get the layout option that the user has at the top there. The layout has many different types of layouts where that needs to work as intended. So whatever layout they decide, that's the layout the terminals would end up showing up. Are you going to give us a free trial for the Forge Plyrium because we are the first viewers? So I actually, what I did for you guys, check this out. Um, this right here, you can come back every day between 24 to 48 hours. This will pop up where you can claim your free copy. I did this for you guys. And what you'll get is the full free trial here, or not free trial, you'll get the studio for free for the rest of your life. And if you're, every day someone comes in here and claims it, you'll never know when it'll pop up, but it will be between 24 to 48 hours. It'll come up. And so far, I've had about 3 people claim it now. So this is for you guys. This is what I did for you. I can't just give the free copy to all my viewers, but this is my way to do that and to keep it limited and restrained. So, but this will always be here for you guys. So even if you are on a free tier, download that and you click that and claim that, you will get this. So for a lifetime, yeah, for a lifetime. Yep, that was my give back to you guys. So just keep checking back on the website to see when this comes up. It was I was in here this morning and no one claimed it for the longest time. I was sitting there watching it and someone came in and claimed it. Looks like so. And your account will get a life copy of the middle tier. Yeah, I mean that's I mean it's for selfish reasons too, right? It drives traffic to my site for people to keep returning and coming back to it. That's my reasoning that I want to do it, and the other reason why I want to do it was to give back to all my viewers. So even if you are paying me the monthly fee here, and you didn't click that, the moment you click that, you don't have to pay that monthly fee no more, and you get this for free forever. So you can pay the monthly fee until you this eventually does come up for you. Well, thank you, Tim. So we're at. Yeah, here's another one. I actually know this guy here. He's one of my um, watchers here. Let me bring this up. So this is the agentic tool that one of my reviewers, well not reviewers, one of my watchers actually came and he showed this to me. But he built his own AI agent, and his is actually really sweet looking. I'm looking forward to seeing how his works. So looks like you guys can get the free beta or join the wait list. It is quadslab.io. He's got a lot of nice tools in here. Um, this is him right here, and here's all his different tools that he has. So he's put a lot of work into his. He's been vibe coding a lot longer than I have, and he's very good at it. So I do recommend his site and his tools. So check them out. I'll put it in the description here for you guys. And if there's a tool that you guys are building or you want me to show it off on here, I'd love to do that. What are you currently working on? Any demo to see? Yes, so I can show you the demo real fast. You can actually download it yourself if you want. It's a Plyrium Forge, so forge.plyrium.com. And what I'm building is a agentic development environment. This is my tool here. It's for AI orchestration. One of the big things that I have built into mine is token efficiency. You'll see stats up here on top. In fact, I'll go ahead and load one for you here. Let's make sure he's not gonna. Yeah, he's not running it right now. I'll go and load it. This is the tool. Um, I have, let me close all these agents out. I probably should have stopped it first. I'm debugging. This is the newest version that it's not released yet. Now, I've been working out some kinks right here on this one. But there's been a lot of changes that I've had since the last one. Yeah, I have so many terminals. I was actually trying to find my limitations on how many terminals I could run and um, see how large of an overhead I could do here. Let that kick in. It's eating up my RAM right now. Yep, because I stopped it all. Okay, there it goes. And then I'm going to close this team out. There. Relaunch that. Make sure he's not in it. No. All right. So when you first launch it, this is where your projects are. So you select your project. But you can do that through your new team here. And this is where it should take you, not to the second one. You can choose the template or custom team. And if you choose a template, of course, I'm going to have more templates than this, but you know, if you're building a team that's doing debugging, troubleshooting, or cybersecurity, or you could do a custom team. Just say you want 3 terminals to start with, and you choose your project folder here. You can name your team. Oh, no, he closed me out, so he is running it. I gotta wait till he's done with it. He actually kicked it out right now. So definitely check it out. See if it's something that interests you. How'd you think of the idea? Um, so what made me think of the idea? I actually have uh, a SaaS here, CRM, and I've been using Claude Desktop to build this whole website from start to finish. And it's a full back-end system for invoicing customer data. It's a business-to-customer relationship for companies like HVAC companies, plumbers, etc. And while I was building this, you know, I'm running through doing a lot of debugging and fixing and quality of life changes. And using the Claude desktop, it just seemed slow and clunky, and it would forget what I was doing. It didn't have a memory system. It just all sorts of problems. So I'm like, there's got to be a better way out there. Plus, my token efficiency, it wasn't. I would eat up through my monthly usage or my weekly usage like crazy. So I went and looked around for other type of terminals that can run multiple agents at once that I could tie into this and get it developing for me. And all the ones that are out there, there's a lot of them out there. They didn't have some of the tools that I needed and I didn't like some of them. I didn't care for the way that the development flow worked. So I decided to make my own, and that's where this was born from. So I'm not the original idea creator of this. There's lots of them out there. There's a lot on GitHub. There's free ones. There's paid for ones. Um, there's enterprise level versions of them out there. It just depends on what you want to pay for and what you need. And for me, for what I need, what I want to pay for and develop, this is my tool, and this is how I do my workflow. And if you guys like the way my workflow is and the way I design and develop, um, this is going to be the tool for you. But that's definitely something you guys should look around and figure it out on your own. You could get the solo free one here. It's free for life. You can use it. You'll get the free updates as they come out. So Do you have a lifetime Microsoft 365 plan? You know, as a 365 architect, I wish I did. It would help so much, but no, I don't. But I do have. I have my own production environment in Microsoft that I can do a lot of testing and configuring and things like that. It's like their sandbox for their developers or architects. I am fixing some bugs. What changes is the codecs make it right now. So right now, what I'm having it do is the terminal and card layout. Right now, if I have, let me show you here. Oh, it's already done. So he probably already fixed it. Let me check it out here. So let me open the debugging team here, launch that. So see how they're stacked on top of each other? Before it was all squished and it was hard to see and read inside there. But now I'm making it where it's a lot cleaner and easier, even if it's smaller. And you should be able to change the layout now, which you changed the grid look though. I wanted the grid look. So 4x2, 4x3, let's see, yeah. Let's expand that. Yeah, that text is way too small. Let me fix that here. That's a lot better. And you could in your settings here, if you guys didn't know, there's a font size you can change here for a better view. Yeah, it's starting to look a lot cleaner, the UI, and this version's not out yet. I've been doing a lot of quality of life improvements and stuff. And the other thing is showing the token efficiency, which is still not tied in, it looks like. And I don't know if this is the tool's not working or you see what each agent's, how many tokens each agent's actually using. But it's not capturing the how much you're saving and stuff. And that's been an issue. And also check this out. This is another thing I changed. So when you change the role, let me go ahead and focus on this particular one here. So when you change the role or even the AI, so I'm going to change this to Codex here. I'm going to change him. And right now he's this is runtime and diagnostics. That's his role right now. So and he'll get a prompt for whatever role that he's assigned to. So this is role runtime diagnostics. He's already been prompted, so he understands what his role is. But if I don't want that to be his role, I come in here and I could choose, here's the recommended roles. I could choose the type of roles that I want, or I could actually go to Claude because, or it's Codex, right? I changed it, so I'm going to go to Codex. And here's all the roles that I can inject into him. So if he's, I want him to do web and UI. So he's going to be a webmaster builder and prompt engineer. So he'll get injected with that role instead. And he is this right here, which is role master, skill builder, prompt engineer. Or let's just say I want for Q&A, you got test isolator. For architecture, you got index retrieval and repository backend build. You know, it just depends on what you want. And the other thing is, if you don't like any of the role or skills that I built, you can actually come into skills here, and let's go to editor. If you don't like these, so you can come in here and here's all the skills, all the templates. So here's web UI, here's the master prompt, and here is. Let me go ahead and close these out here. Give you a better look here. So you can actually see the actual prompt itself and understand what it's doing. If you want to come in here and change it, you can. Save it, you can. If you have any new ones, you could upload from wherever it's saved at and upload your own skills. The new skills isn't working yet, but we'll get there. Is it working natively if we download from website or bug? The one, even the one I'm working right now is bugged. The one from the website, it's not going to have all these quality of life changes I have right now. this one I'm working on. I'm going to do a huge update for you guys, and I'm going to push it out tonight. So that's actually what I'm working on. The other thing is, if you don't like the director on this side, you want to move him over here, you could do that. If you don't like him over there, you want to put him down here, you could do that. Well, hang on here. If I could hit the right spot here. There we go. Put him down there if you want. You can fully customize your dock the way you want it, the way you like, the way you operate will work. Um, so whatever flow you use, and of course, this is where your projects are. Yeah, this is a much cleaner look. Looks like there is a visual rendering issue with this right here. So that's the next bug. I've been focused on the terminal right now because that's my biggest bottleneck. Yeah, so moving the terminals around, closing the terminals, opening back up, and going in different windows and stuff. I'm having a rendering issue with the terminals, as you can see in the screenshot. So anytime there's any rendering on top of it, or if I close out the terminal, which they're running in the background and bring it back up, or if I exit an agent and make a new agent, sometimes I'll get a rendering view on each terminal. Not all of them happen at once, but there is definitely a rendering issue. So this is a bug that needs to be debugged. So I want you to spin up the entire debug workforce that you have and trace this issue and start from beginning to end to get this resolved. And it's cool. So I've been testing. Yeah, there's Linux in there. You can download it for Linux. In fact, if you go to the website here, go to downloads. I have a Linux build. I got the app image and the tarball, and you can verify it with the checksum here. So, and I think that's very important. Even both of these all have checksum verification. So there is a Linux build. Now, is it perfect or tested? Nope. I actually installed a VM yesterday somewhere, and I have Linux that I need to run in there and test this end to end to make sure it is working for you guys. So app image isn't working. Let me check here. It's not. Okay, give me a second here. What I'll do, go to releases here. So if you go to releases up here, I'm going to send this to you. Scroll down. It's not there. So this is the newest version. My guy didn't put the Linux in there. That's why it broke. So you probably have to. You'll probably get an older version. Yeah. So the next version before that. There's the Linux one right there. So you'll probably have to come to the get download. Let me send you the link here, just so you have it, and I'll get that fixed for you so you can download it through the website. Where is it? There we go. So you can get it from there. Let me know if it'll work. I'm hoping it does without any issues. If you do, I'll make sure you'll get it one way or another. But yeah, you got your app image. Here's the checksum for it. For each one, it has its own checksum. Are you going to build a build for macros as well? So for hotkeys, is that what you mean? And hacks, let me know if this link works for you. This is for version 1.13 or 1.1.13. And the newest version that I have out there is 1.1.14, I think. Yeah. And this one, my AI didn't build the Linux for it. So I would skip this one and wait till the newest version, which right now I'm at 1.1.16. And there is a lot of quality of life changes already in this one. So Forge Plyrium app. Are you going to build? Yeah, but what I'm asking is, what do you mean by macros? Are you meaning like hotkeys? Okay, wait, I'll check it out. Okay, yeah, that's good too. That's fair. Yeah, there's the older version. Not gonna. I'll show you what the old version looks like. It's similar to this one here. Just so you can see the difference and the growth here. So let me open this up. Continue. There we go. So this is the older version. In fact, that's not going to work. So let me create a custom team here. Yeah, see, this is buggy. I got to wait for this to load. In fact, this is 1.1.5, and this is 16. This is a lot of versions ago. Come on. I have to wait for this to load. Oh, Mac. Oh, I thought you said macros. So Mac OS. Yes, I am going to. Uh, I have a Mac here. One thing with Mac is I got to buy their license, which is a $99 fee for their SDK. Haven't done that yet, but I will, and I'll build a version on Mac for you guys. So that is coming soon, just not right now. For Mac, I want a lot something that's more stable than what I have right now. Come on, there it goes. Wow, see how long that took? Yeah, this is an old version with bugs. So we're gonna go ahead and create this. This is what the old UI used to look like. I can't move this. It takes forever to load some of these. This is a very buggy system here. Half this stuff don't work. Like if I go to browser, for instance, and click on here, it's not going to load. If it does, I'll be surprised. But the text looks all. Look how bad the text looks. It's not very clean. Um, so so from that to what I have now, let me exit these. Create a new team. It's just so much smoother. It really is. I'll create a custom team and 2, 3, custom team, Claude, and launch. My tech stack is Rust for all the backend, the main components, and all the tools. And for the interface to rendering, I'm using Electron with Chromium, and which is built which is using TypeScript for the connections. So yeah, this is to me this is much smoother. It's a lot cleaner, and the text fits in here. It loads much faster, and plus, if you want to change the skills, I mean, it's just so much easier. And there's so many to choose from. If you want to go to Open Codex, you know, if you want to look at license price, if you have a guy who specializes in license pricing, or a guy who specializes in releasing, uh, signing and updates. You got DevOps, memory, cloud sync. You have skills and roles for almost everything. So coder one, coder two. Yeah, these are coders, and that's the role they have. So I can switch them like this. So that's switching. It'll give them the prompt, and it'll let them know you are now a auditor. And the director here will broadcast to the team. Send a broadcast out to your team, do a roll call, and let them reply back to you. And that's a Claude issue. He's trying to use Bash on a Windows machine. You can get Bash for Windows, but I don't have it installed on here. But it's like his go-to. It's like I'm going to bash everything. Your Linux users are happy with that, but Claude should the first thing it should do is like understand what operating system he's on first before he starts running commands. Like, hey, am I on Windows? Am I on Linux? Am I on Mac? So he can understand what to do there. That's a Claude issue. And I could fix that on my end by injecting the correct Claude.md to look that up first, and I am going to do that to make it easier for you guys. So when you run this, it's not going to sit there and waste commands on that. So, and the token efficiency is another thing I've been really focused on today too. I have not. Have you? You want to try a bite first? Okay. Oh, smells good. Yeah, I like the smell of it. All right, let's see. Oh, he's still grinding away. I better close this. He's still doing something. I forgot what I even told him to do. Oh, the rendering issue I was having. Yeah, he's looking into that. So this is cool. I've been testing out the new codecs, and I'm running 5.5 now. It's the newest one that they have out, the newest model. The only bad thing is I'm just eating through my usage using this tool. And I really hate using their native desktops. But this native desktop is actually, I'm impressed with it. So he spawned up these agents here, and you can actually come in here and see what each agent's doing, if they're done or not, or it's like a separate interface for them. And each one of these has their own role. So, and I told him to inject certain skills, like he's doing a failure tracing skill right here for Polly. Heisenberg, he was cooking earlier, but what he does is debugging team skills. So he's the code mapper. So his skill was to go out and map the entire code base. You got Darwin, which is very fitting for my tool. I could close these out, and I could open up these new ones here and see exactly what they're doing and see what skills they got injected in it. But you did not do it here because I didn't prompt them to. Oh well. In fact, it's a protein bar called made by K. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Huh? It's a protein meal bar. Okay. Yeah, it's got that earthy dirt taste to it with a hint of strawberry and yogurt. That's the other flavor. It's all gritty. What plan are you on? Can you show us the usage? So the codecs here, yeah, I can show you the usage. Codecs, I'm on their $100 plan, which is right now it reset it on last Friday, and right now I only have 83% left of it. Claude, I have the Pro Max 20X, and this one I've only used 12% and 8% for the hour. So those are my usages. Hang on. Um, Khalil's asking, what's the best way to synthesize open source synergetic frameworks like Graphify, GitNexus, GBrain, Context 7, and Edge Craig. So I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what any of those tools are. Never looked them up, never heard of them, never used them. So you want to know what the best way to synthesize open source, and is it like something you want to make yourself and you're trying to figure out how to start? Is that the question you're asking? Tim, you think that Google is currently holding back, but that behind closed door, they are developing a revolutionary artificial intelligence model that will surprise everyone? I think so. And that's a personal opinion. I don't know for sure. I don't have no inside knowledge or anything like that. What I'm doing is history patterns and what Google's done in the past. They have the money, the infrastructure, and they have no problem holding off. All these other ones are fighting with each other, and they're just barely moving on to the next model, barely budging it, right? They're just stacking it like, oh, no, we're better this week. No, we're better this week. And they're fighting with each other, like between, like Grok, for instance, and OpenAI. They're in court right now. Just there's a lot of squabbling. And they're just trying to hurt each other's competition. Google's just sitting back going, hey, we're just going to see how you guys turn out. We'll release a version that people can use. But I really believe, I mean, they built the quantum computer. They have the resources, the people, the skills to really build something that's going to blow everyone's mind out. I really do think that. Um, can't see it because of the cam. Got to minimize codecs and show again. Could not see it. You couldn't see. I'm sorry. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So my usage. Oh no, that's my settings. My usage. Give you a good view right there. This is my codecs, and then for Claude. Yeah, that was kind of dumb of me. Trying to show you in the cam right there. Um, where is? Hang on. Oh, right here at the bottom here. This is Claude. Mimi, is that better? Can you see it now? Let's see if I can bring them both up side by side. Yeah. So there they both are. Here's my usage for codecs, and here's my usage for Claude. I'll be right back, guys. me plot out, bring this back up, and see where we're at now. So this is the terminal blank. Okay. So the token efficiency is still not showing the results we're working. So I need you to do a full review of what's happening here. Run your team again. Inject the right skills to them based on the skill list, so they can specialize in the role. And we need to track down why it's not displaying the token savings. Leo, that lot was mentioned just as an e.g. Popular LLM Wiki related. Consider any open source repository you like, Superpowers, GSD, Caveman. Okay. What's the best way to go about merging the framework? Um, are you talking about like? I mean, I guess I would need some more context. Like, are you trying to build it yourself? Build something like that yourself from scratch? Are you trying to mirror what they've already built, and you want to take different parts of each one and merge their ideas together to make your own tool? Is that what you're trying to do? Sorry, Leo. I know you're trying to explain it there, and there's probably not much context you can give me per each message. Um, I'm just trying to understand what you're trying to accomplish. See films. How are you doing? I'm doing great, man. I hope you are too. It's been a wonderful weekend. I've got a lot of work done, and one of the biggest thing was my tool here is uh, forge.plyrium.com. I have been doing a lot of bug crunching on this tool here. Right now, the release version is 1.1.14, and I am currently at 1.1.16, and it's probably higher than that when I'm done. But I'm trying to get a lot of these quality of life issues fixed and the bugs crunched for the next release. That's good. You're doing good. And so far, the changes I've made already, my quality of life changes are so much better. It looks cleaner, loads faster, a lot slicker. I'll load it here. Let me log in. So the terminals are loaded. They just take a minute to render. There they go. They're getting their skills injected based on the roles. And if you're not familiar with this type of tool, it's a agentic development environment for vibecoders. And the way I built mine and for the flow, I have a director here that I will communicate to. And the director will send off certain tasks to, depending on the teammates that he has. So he has one coder and two auditors, for example. If you're not happy with that, if you need something else, you could actually click on the little button up here where it says code or audit, and you could change their role. So if I'm looking for a DevOps, for instance, and now he's the DevOps, he gets his role injected. And if I look at the topology here, I could actually see the communications between each one. You could actually hover over the terminal here and see what their role is. So this is a DevOps, this one's a coder, and this is the auditor. And in the middle here is your director, and it tells you exactly what tasks they're working on or what they've been doing. And there is some issues, like the ops board, for instance, not showing all the actual cards that they have been working on. It's a rendering bug that I'm going to be crunching today. There is a memory system, and this will grow over time for your project. And the more they work together, all the agents here share the same memory. So if the director reads or writes to one, the coder here can always read that as a memory. It's his memory now too. So that's what I'm building. That's what it is. You can spawn more agents if you want. So I want this to be a writer. And there's my writer. Um, but right now I am testing out the new codecs, the 5.5, and their desktop and see how well this flows just for testing purposes. And also, I've been using this to crunch a lot of these bugs out. It's been wonderful. I think 5.5 is doing way better than Claude now, which is, I have never said that in my life. I've always been a big Claude fan. The tool, not the company. The company is garbage. But other than that, I am real impressed with Codex 5.5, which is OpenAI, ChatGPT, and its coding abilities and UI and design has been top notch so far. You've been working on refactoring some data visualization bar graphs for the C films to make them more maintainable and scalable. Okay. What AI are you using if you're vibe coding to help you with that? If you're not using Codex, I recommend trying it at least once and see what kind of results you get from Codex versus Claude or Gemini. Yeah, you're probably right. It's overkill. I just want to test it and see what the usage is like. It's a good way for me to get a good visual on how it's eating up my tokens. So like I only have 36% left of my 5 hour usage. I mean, it's really tearing it up. And you're right. I should drop this down. I actually like medium. I prefer medium. It's a good balance. I'll go ahead and drop it down. For some tasks, I prefer medium. C films. I do hybrid coding. I mostly use AI chatbots, Gemini and ChatGPT. Okay. Yeah, if you have ChatGPT, try the 5.5. You'll be impressed. Leo, say you share your coding memory system as GitHub repo, and I already have mine, but I want to merge and unify both to create a unified one. Oh, okay. So if you're vibe code, this is how I would do it. So you have two different frameworks, two different systems, and two separate tools, but you're trying to merge them into one. Um, I would point the direction. You have your agent up. I would point the direction to each one of those repositories, and explain to them what you want to do, and have them build a game plan for you on how you can refactor that. And now you can pretty much build a third tool, and that third tool is going to be your one and two merged together. Let them know you pick the framework that works best for that scenario, even if you have to design that framework from scratch. And you take the idea from one and the idea of the other one and put them together. And they will always have uh, your old Git repositories as their library or their memory to understand what the tool is going to be. So when they're building your new one, and they're putting both those ideas into one, um, it would look and feel more like what you've already built and combined together. And then, of course, if there's any cross wiring that needs to happen between the tools, they can actually build that into it as well. So when I'm vibe coding something like that, like, hey, here's tool A, here's tool B. Now I need interface that manages both those tools together. That's exactly how I would put it into the chat for whatever agent I'm using, and I'll let him start analyzing it and figuring out what he needs to do or to make it happen. and he'll ask you questions. You go back and forth until you come out with the final outcome, and just let him start coding. Hey, Tanmoy. So what I'm building is a agentic development environment. This is the website here, forge.plyrium.com. And it's a tool for different types of agents. You could actually use Claude, uh, Codex. You could use Gemini. You could even use open code. So you don't even have to use those paid subscription ones. You could bring your own AI, if it's local AI or if it's a free AI out there. And you have a director here, which will direct his team, which his team could be a coder, researcher, an auditor, and there's so many. I have a whole list of roles that you can inject into each one, and you can change it on the fly. You even the like if I'm done with Codex as a coder, without having to kill the terminal, I could actually change it here, and then choose the role I want right here. Um, the director will get the roster update, and he'll understand exactly what his teammates can do. So when you give him a task like, hey, I need you to merge these frameworks together, he will delegate that task to what role is best suited for that situation. The other thing is I do have a token efficiency in here that's built in. There are a bunch of tools that are tied together to inside the terminal and the CLIs, and on the other side, which is the HTTP request. And the tool, how I'm doing a token efficiency is it'll actually go in there and start stripping out redundant information and unnecessary tool calls, which are pretty much a whole log that gets sent to the LLM and you get charged for it. And I reduce all that, and the AI out in the cloud only gets the relevant information that's needed, and it'll contain its memory without losing any of your context or hallucination. It'll actually get what it needs for every time you send it. And I'm reducing your token usage, so you could actually use for terminals at the cost of one, for example. Does the director realize when you assign a new role to terminal, like change it? Yes, it does. On the fly, it changes. And I'll show that to you here. Load this up. So up here where the director's at, he has a roster, a coder, a DevOps, auditor, and a writer. And if I change one on the fly here, let these load in first. And also you can actually see the topology here. So, and this is based on the roster. So you can actually see the communications between all of them. That's why it's green and shooting out towards them. This is the communication that the director is sending to the team. And you can see the tools he's using, like team-show. So right there, he's seeing what his team is, and he's calling the actual team agent ID. Every agent has their own unique ID. And here he's looking at the card system, which we have a Kanban board here to see what cards are available. Each one has their own unique ID. There's a visual bug here that's not showing all the cards, but there's more than that. It would be great. Would really like to use that. You can actually today. You won't have the newest model, which I'm working on right now. What you'll have is a couple versions before this, but you can go to forge.plyrium.com and download it right now for free and start using it. So on the fly, so the coder one here, he's coder one, this is working. So if I come over here and change him, here's coder one, and I'm going to change him to security. And it changes on the fly. If you look at the roster, it's security. If you come over here, it should change it to security. Everything happens on the fly. He gets injected with the security role and the skills. The director already is aware that there's now a security and not a coder. So when he is looking at the roster, he can say, oh, well, I have a security guy now. If you want a new agent, you could do that. Now I'm going to bring another coder in. Let's change the layout here. So now I have a coder in, and now you can see it popped up over here. I have a coder. Here's the coder. So when he looks at his roster, he says, oh, I have a coder. He will always know his team. That's his job, to understand who he has and how to facilitate the task of each one. Good. Now, the one you're downloading is going to be a lot buggier than this one. It does have some issues. I'm trying to get all these bugs out for you, and this is still an issue here. It is still not reflecting the token efficiency, and that's what I've been trying to work on here. Okay, it's still not working. Is it because of my save data cache that's in my? So whenever I create a new team, it gets saved to my profile, and that way, if I close out the app and load it back up, I'll reload that information. Is the issue fixed? But the issue is the cache data. Can you look into that to see why I'm still not seeing the efficiency that I should be, and it's not doing the calculations? All right. So you can actually come over here and see what projects you're working on. And what the other thing is, if there's skills in here that you don't know, or if you want to make your own, you come to skills here. And if you have Claude, you can actually upload your own and do your own skills. If you're not sure what each skill does, what you can do is, let me bring this over here. You can open up the editor here and, oops, like cybersecurity, risk surface mapper here. So I can come in here and see exactly what the skill does, what it's doing. None of these are top level secrets or anything like that. This is something for you guys to come in here and you can make your own edits, change it. You know, it's like, well, I really don't want him to do this. You could actually change this or add more to his output contract. Here's his guardrails. Let's just say you have higher stipulations on your guardrails that you want to put in. You could actually append this and save it. The other cool thing is you see how I have the director here, but not the terminals. You can use the topology here, so you don't have to have the all the terminals spamming and seeing what's going on, unless you like to see that, and that's fine. Or you can just keep it like a simplified view, where you just look at this and you just communicate with the director, and you can watch communications happening in like real time. There is a disconnect. You see how all these say working? They're really not working. Actually, these ones are working. Or are they done? Let's see here. So the writer, for instance, let's find the writer. Here he is right here. So he's done, and he's been done, but it still says working. And that is an issue, another bug that I'm going to be working on too, because that needs to update on the fly as well. When they're done, they're done. Now the problem is doing it at scale. I've created 55 plus repos across the different layers, orchestration, memory, evolution, harness, context. Um, so for at scale, if you have 55 plus projects that you're trying to bring together into one, it could still do it. What I would do is a module-based system. So each one of those standalone pieces, I would consider as a module. And so when you build your framework, I would build it in a way where they can attach those modules and they can link them together from one module to another. And now you have a tool system, and on top of that, you built a complete customized system that you can even add more modules to it later. You're already pre-planning ahead of time on be able for growth. Instead of rewriting all the code, you only rewrite the module that's going to be affected in that tighter space, and you can attach it to it. Think of it like mods. Um, so you're actually in a better situation than you think you are. That is the best way. So when you design your framework, start with the foundation. Understand what tech stack you're going to need, and let your and I'll start with one or two of those other pieces first, and say, okay, I want this to be a module-based application. I have 55 plus repos that and tools that I want to bring into this one tool, but I want to do it modularly or modular. And so every time that I want you to take this repo, turn it to a module, and I want to put it into my new framework. And then I want to take this repo, turn it to a module, and put it into this framework. And I want to be able to wire them together because they interact with each other. And you could do this for every single one of them until you have a tool that you really like. You could build the UI in that framework and how even each module can have their own personalized UI depending on how you want to do it. So like this, right? I have topology here. This is sort of like a module, and I can come in here and move it anywhere I want. If I want it down here, I can. These are all sort of like module based. However you want to lay this out. They're docs. So I could actually pull out the topology out of the script if I want and run it by itself. Um, but right now it's built into it. So the app I'm using for voice is called Whisper Flow. Um, I I want to build my own. I actually have one here. I built it into the app. Sorry, but I built it into the app, and I'm using NVIDIA's Parakeet, and it works really good when it does work. Right now, I'm having an issue. And I'm going to extract that out and make it an individual install for you guys because I really believe your speech to text should run locally. When you have a text to speech that's running, or even on your own server, but if you have a text to speech that's running on someone else's server, here's the problem: it's capturing everything I'm saying and sending it to them. I don't like that. Right? Look at all this. This is awful. I don't want that. Don't need that. And plus, I'm using a free tier right now, and they have a pro trial and all this other crap. So my trial ends in 14 days. So I'm going to have this built before my trial ends. But right now, that's what I'm using. So, sorry, I was running the tool. So go ahead and rebuild the new one for me, and that way I can test it out. Oh, you're welcome. And that's actually what the main purpose of this channel is to have this conversation with anybody who comes in. If you have questions, concerns, just want to just chit chat, that's what I'm here for. I don't know everything. I don't claim to know everything. I can only give you from my personal experience and what I've learned and how I've done it. Yeah, so Leo, when you get that done, let me know. I'm curious how it worked out for you and if it's the design you were looking for. And when you're ready, I'll show it off here if you're okay with that. If it's something you are trying, if it's a personal project, I understand. But if it's something you're trying to market or, um, you just want to show it off, I would be happy to show it off here for you. And that's for anybody who's listening. If you have an app that you want me to show off for you that you vibe code, I'll be more than happy to show it off. Even if if you have your own AED that you built, I would show it off. In fact, I have one of my users. Um, this is or one of my viewers. This is his website, quadslab.io, and he actually built his own AI development tool here. Let me find it here. Quadflow is the name of it. It's AI agent, deserves better IDE, and his is actually really cool looking. His tool and stuff, and he's still working on his. You could get a free beta. You could join the wait list. This guy's been vibe coding for a lot longer than I have. I think over 2 years, and he's built some real impressive tools here. And he also has his own voice. Is this it here? Yeah. So voice to text for Mac and Windows. So this is his. You can download it right now. Again, it's quadslab.io, and just go to his products here. And he's got here's all his tools. He's got all sorts of stuff that you can check out. Abe, so voice to text, dictation software, desktop coding companion. He's got some cool things. Discord MCP. In fact, he's the one that he showed this to me the other day and gave me the idea because I have a Discord channel. And that's one thing I hate doing is setting up Discord for new channels and stuff and getting all the permissions and the roles and all the activities going on. So he's like, hey, I have a tool that does that for you. And he shared this with me. It's called Discord MCP, and you connect your AI tool, whatever tool you use, and it'll actually set up your entire Discord channel for you. And if you guys haven't yet, this is my Discord channel. So it actually set up all of this here. So you got the roadmap talk, the features requests, the feedback, bug reports. And if you do have any bugs, this is a great place to put it. In fact, my AI, which is Master Forger, has been doing some troubleshooting for some people. So I had a gentleman here who had some issues, and he was showing me what the issue was. And the master forger went and did the research for him and showed him how to fix this problem. So it's a great tool. It really is. So this tool here, I really encourage you guys to check it out. He's put a lot of work into it, and he's very passionate about all of his projects. Oh, he built it. I'm sitting there waiting for him to get done, and he's been done. He's waiting for me. Yeah, same issue. So what we're going to have to do is I have all those tools for token efficiency savings. I need you to go through every single one of those tools to make sure that they're working as intended. If you have any questions, let me know. A lot of those are hand built by me. So get a good review of every single one of those tools on how they're actually working and how they extract the context and all the useless garbage out of there and a redundancy. You'll see it, you'll understand it if you read it. Um, I do have the token efficiency tools. I need to make sure they are working and they're being used today. And every single one of those tools also needs to be able to collect the data and how many tokens it's saving. And that's what needs to go into the token bar. So go ahead and spin up agents, inject the correct roles for each one for a full code review, and to start tracing where the disconnect is. And if there's any bugs in it, go ahead and have those listed, and let's get those fixed and worked on. This is going to be your main project today, and this is going to continue until this gets completed. So end-to-end research, code review, quality assurance, bug fixes, and if there's any miswiring, go and wire it. Hey, Alex, is what the hi? What the product? So the product is it's an ADE, agentic development environment, and it's so I can orchestrate my AI agents with a team of AI agents. So if they've been like swarming, or these are sub agents for your director, and they'll communicate back and forth and talk to each other. So if there's any and you can change the role too. Like this is a writer, I want him to be a project manager. And that fast, he's now a project manager. It's in the roster here. You can see it down here. It updated to a project manager. And my director knows what he has on his team and what every single role is. And all these, they're all based on skill injections. So if you come in here and go to skills, let me close that out and close this out. Bring this up here. So depending on what type of agent you're using, whether it's open code, Gemini, any of these they all have skills built into them, like cybersecurity. So I have an incident triage here I can look at. Inside here will show me the actual skills that it's using that it gets injected with. Um, there's also template one, so the whole cybersecurity team. Here's all the skills that it takes for the cybersecurity. Debugging team. Here's all the skills it takes for debugging. So the team here knows their role. They understand what their main domain is, and they know how to execute the commands to get it done. Um, let's see here. Cold. I feel like you keep repeating yourself every X days. Have you thought about having a fixture test and golden test? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Hold on one second. That's funny because I just repeated myself again, but I don't mind repeating myself and explaining it. It keeps me talking. I know you guys probably get tired of hearing it, but the newcomers that come in, they're curious about what I'm building. Um, and there's probably an easier way for me to relay that message to all the newcomers without having to. You guys have to hear the repeated stuff again, so I apologize for that. I'll look into finding out how I could do that, and we'll make it an easier interaction between my current users and the new users coming in. Um, they're agents for coding. Yeah, you could code. Yeah, it's for any type of software development you want to do, or research, or security testing. Let's just say you already have a website and it's a SaaS, right? I have one here to show you an example of what I mean. You got a website here. It's a SaaS, but you don't know what it takes to do the security testing, like pen testing. So you could actually use my tool to do cybersecurity or Red Hat, or I'm not Red Hat, the Red Team or Gray Hat team that can actually go through and analyze your entire code base, and the Gray Hat team will actually start doing pen testing on your website, and if you allow it to, or even your code base. It'll see if it can do any URL injection, if it can do any SQL injection, or getting any escalation privileges that it shouldn't have. If you have any leaked pages that takes me places that I don't, that you're supposed to have permissions to, how to bypass that. If you don't know how to do any of that and understand what it takes to build that, my tool will be good for that because I have the skills that are in there for it to make that happen for you. So you could use it for that or software development, app development. So this is a website, and my tool here is a desktop application. And right now I have it built for Linux and Windows. I will have a Mac OS. It's coming soon. So yeah, that's what it's used for. Uh, cold fixture. Let's see. I mean, issues you keep facing with the app. Fixtures are tests where we test the input and test in the code. Golden is where we test the output, so the code gives an expected output. Oh, and I've never done that before. It's great. So we know that doing X uses X amount of tokens roughly, and we expect X amount of token savings, for example. Okay, I am going to copy what you said there. Boop. And I'm going to see if we can get um, one of my viewers suggested this, and I'm not sure exactly how to get this done. So if you could look into this and see if this is something we can implement. There we go. And then I will steer that conversation. All right. So for cybersecurity, do they have knowledge above what they get from the LLM? I mean, you give them additional skills and markdown files. So LLMs are trained on the entire internet, all the knowledge out there you can think of. They already have the information. Now, retrieving that information is a whole different story. That's why there's prompt engineers or people who are real good at prompting an engineer to steer the conversation or to be able to guide it into the domain it needs to. Because it's got such a vast variety of information. If I say I need this debugged, there's so much information up there in its mind to understand what debugging means, what would be the right skills for what. So when I give a certain role, I actually narrowed it down to that role, that skill injection. This is actually how you do this role. These are the tools you're going to need. These are the steps you need to take. So when you injected it to the LLM, it already has the information. Now you just gave it a path to use that information. Okay. I hope that helps. And if it's something that's like a lot of the trained data is over a year old, right? So GPT, Claude, all them, they're all their knowledge was a year ago. And there's been a lot of new things that's happened in a year. So they also have the ability to go online and do research to figure out what the newest vulnerabilities are, what the newest ways to do X, Y, Z. Um, if you point them in that direction, they'll gather the know-how for that context. Hey, whose channel's that? I am building a agentic development environment. It's a tool for running multiple AIs, and you have a director here that will direct um, your development process to his team. And each team or each team member has a certain role or a skill, a job role, and they have 100% communication back and forth between a director and a teammate. And like these two are coders here. This is an auditor. This is a researcher. And so whatever the director needs at that time, he'll send that relevant information to the uh, agent that can perform that task. Yeah, you get all that. Just curious to see how you are doing things. Oh, same. Yeah, that's how I'm doing it. Is skill injection. In fact, if I come over to here, whoa, hang on, something eating up my resources here. What is doing it here? That was a huge spike. That was strange. So something happened there. Yeah, you guys see that? Look at that disk write, memory. Even the Wi-Fi spiked around that time. Look at that. Something happened. Something big happened just now. Yeah, that was strange. Okay. So, all right. Sorry to stop there for you. Yeah. So back to what I was saying. So if I come here to Plyrium Forge, depending on the agent you have, agents is the MD files for Codex. Claude is for the MD files for Claude, and the rules also have a separate one here, Codex, but it's not needed. The agents is actually what uses it. And then open code. Of course, open code is a little bit different. They use JSON files, but these are all marked down here. And if I go to agents here, look at skills, these are all roles that they can do. And inside the roles, like a slice runner, here's the skill for it. If it's a cybersecurity, like we were talking about, here's oh, that's the director. Let me go back one. So cybersecurity. Here's the skills for the cybersecurity. So you got a threat modeler, a security review, so incident triage, and it's got skills built into it. And I'll open one up here to show you here. So here's the name, description, the workflow. It's a breakup down of the workflow. You got the output contract, the guardrails, and what the done criteria is. So each skill, most of them are short and simple, and it guides them in the basic direction on how to proceed and do its job. I'll be right back. I'm back, and the music stopped. Let me fix that. Say, route my agents to those. Do your cyber agents use similar markdown files skills, or is it mainly just the issue prompt sent to the LM? For context, I built agents too for SEO. I found base LM knowledge weak, so I had curated markdown files from hundreds of transcripts by SEOs I trust. Yeah, same thing. Like the LLMs, they're if you don't give them direction or you just use just a basic knowledge that they already have, they're going to be weak on it. So when my tool, what it does, depending on the role, it'll inject that role's abilities and how to do certain things for that role. That way, it has the context of if it's a coder, it knows what it needs to code. I even may go further than that and break down the type of code it is. Like you're a Python developer, or you're a C++ developer, or you can even go further than that. Like you're a Python developer who focuses on networking only, and build a skill just on that. So it depends on your needs. I can't build every single skill out there. That would just take me forever. But I do allow the user to build their own skills or tailor them to their needs. So if you're making a software or a tool, the my tool will give you the ability to create your own personalized, specialized skills that you're going to need for your project. So if you, like you said, you do search engine optimization. So and you have LMs that helps you with that. I actually did something similar to that. If I come to my website here, I think this is a tool you're going to love. If you haven't done something like this similar, where is it? So in here, under my Plyrium Forge, if you go to, where's it at? The free audit up here. And if I do a free audit, let me try to find some plumbing company here. Um, let's see here. I'm just picking one, some in Orlando here, for example. So if I look for, some plumbing company, some mom and pop store, whatever, um, Harold's Plumbing. Here we go. Let's look up Harold's Plumbing. So I come in here to my to my free audit, put in their website, the business name. What was the name of that business? So it's Cheryl or Harold Plumbing. There we go. Company address. I'm going to put my address in there. So I'll just put plum demo at example.com. Whatever your address is. And the address is for this one. There we go. Oh, I don't need the address. There's the city. So Orlando, Florida. Oh, I failed. All right, so I'm going to run this. And I have an AI that's actually specialized in SOE content. What type of developer is your tool geared towards? Any type of developer. Doesn't matter what you do, whatever you're developing. So, yeah, this is something that you can incorporate in whatever you're building. I don't know what type of SOE content you do, but what I love about this is it'll do a full audit of a company's SOE content, their Google business profile, their website. It'll give you a full ranking on what it ranks the entire system. And this will take a minute, but what it also does, it'll look for 3 local competitors in the area and see how they ranked compared to yours. It'll take the top competitors. Think of it like when you're buying a house and you have your realtor that does a comparison sheet for you based on your size of your company and the type of how or your type of house and how many bedrooms and all that stuff. So they try finding comparable businesses in that area. That's how this works. And this is what we look for. This will tell you everything here. We look for reviews, lead response, competitor benchmark, and diagnostics for clarity. And yeah, you don't have to buy my subscription or anything. You just run this tool. Takes a minute, and then when it's done, your audit's ready. So this they only scored 48 out of 100. So I could open this up as a PDR or a PDF, and it'll actually give you everything, all the reasons why it failed, or any critical, high priorities, areas where you're strong. Um, these are the biggest. It'll actually list your competitors here. Here's your category. You got website conversion rate. It's scored a 52. Local SOE scored a 51 or 41. And it says page is a little overly long. Emergency tools, and it breaks it down for you. What's happening? Why it evaluated that way? Reviews, and here is the some of the competitors out there that it scanned. Here's their rankings. And these are top findings, what's critical, and it tells you how to improve it, what's recommended. What I love about this is I can actually go to any of these businesses and show them, hey, my what my business does, it does more than just your back end office and invoicing. We actually manage your. Well, let me go to the demo here. So um, we have AI that'll help optimize their website, or not their website, but their SOE content and stuff for them, and give them suggestions. So there's a whole marketing section in here. So you look at your ROI, so to see where your ads are, what's actually being, how much you're spending, how many leads you're getting from it, your bookings, revenue from them, and so you can see what's working, what's not. You can look at your content, which is your SOE for your Google Business Profile. I can come in here and I can actually see full drafts for different posts I could put out there. The AI writes this. They can actually post it for you. You can look at all your reviews for your business and see what people are saying about it. This will automate that for you if you want. It'll actually make suggested replies to every single review. You could actually have it reply for you, or you could come in here and it'll create a draft, and it'll talk in the way you talk to the people. So, and you give it examples on how you normally respond to certain situations. So, and you can see each one's different here, and it makes it personalized. So this helps the your customer relation to bring back your customers. So I have AI that does all this for you. So, and these are all based on skills and the type of skills that I want put into the AI. So, does that help answer your question there, Alex? I know that was a long-winded uh, loop to get back to your question, but um, this is how I handle it. Yeah. Kalita, Kalita. Yeah. Nice, man. Looks like a deep product. I'm not really in SEO. I'm mainly building an agent first, Telegram, WhatsApp platform. Just curious what everyone's doing. There's all sorts of ideas out there people are doing. I looked at a lot of my viewers here. They'll send me their projects and what they're doing, get my opinion on them. And I love reviewing them, looking at them. It just where their mind goes on what they're developing or what they think is going to work for them. It's just amazing. It's wonderful. I just love to see the diversity of where what people are thinking out there. And not everyone's chasing the same trend, the same dream, and everyone has their own thing that they're doing to change a need in the world, or fix a need in the world. So it's great. I love it. So whatever you're building, man, keep doing it. Really. But I'm going to go ahead and sign off now, guys. I want to actually stay focused on my production here, and I want to get this version released to you guys. This is a much better, cleaner, stable version than what's out there, and I want to crunch as many bugs as I can and stay locked in. So I appreciate you guys coming on. I love answering your questions. I love hanging out with you guys. But I really need to get this done and focused so I get to release out to you. And maybe tonight we'll go over everything that I've done, all the changes, and when the release is already out. And that way, eventually I want to make a video of a full walkthrough of my whole workflow using the tool. Um, and I can't wait till I can start using the tool 100%. I keep going back and forth, and I start playing. I'm like, well, this isn't working. That's not working. So I have to shut it down and figure out, what's not working and why it's not working. So, but I want to get to a point where I can actually 100% use the tool and not rely on these other ones. So I'm getting there one step at a time. So I appreciate you guys again. You all have a wonderful rest of the weekend. Have a good evening or good morning, whatever it is. And if I'm on tonight, I hope to see you then. Thank you guys. Bye.